Last though. Try this again. Especially now that it's not a rare map, maybe we can actually clear it. Trying to find the essence. Slowly but surely moving a bunch of shit over from life top. There we go. Now we can go back and try to do the wildwood thing. Oh shit. What was it? It froze me. Making sure that I don't fucking get wrecked. Oh wait, it is. Wait. Yeah, okay, no, never mind. It is this one. Wow, it's the Zilla who hates me. Zilla thinks I'm stinky. This is fun. I know those are really good. Uh, oh, the fuck? That's really all it dropped? Feels kind of shit. It's still not okay, it wasn't it? Alright, I need to do the purple ones next. No, those suck because that's a lot of chaos damage. Perhaps you find that the 24% created. You take 100% increase in damage from damage over time. Oh, wait. What the fuck? Is that from the Wildwood shit? I thought it was just that it like buffs the monsters. Guess not. I guess there's certain things if you touchy touch gives you some negatives. Are you gonna Apex today, Zilla? Oh, that guy was doubling back. Bro, that like increased damage over time is no fucking joke. I wonder if that's why I couldn't beat the map last time. I think that might have been the reason I couldn't beat the map last time. I think it gave me something that I didn't realize, which is probably why I was like getting perma frozen. Probably something like along the lines where I'm like more susceptible to ailments. Focus. Exile. Bro, I really just want to do the last raid. I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like I have enough stuff to comfortably like re. Well, I definitely want to get the last raid to go first. That's because I don't feel like having to run through that. Okay, no, never mind. They just have really high fucking freeze chance. It's a lot easier without it being fucking juiced up and rare. Mm-hmm. My biggest issue is I need Vol orbs. I guess I could do some Vol side areas. Just to like see if I can get some Vol orbs. See if I can get the Crimson Township. That's gonna be kind of a pain. One we do not have. I doubt that'll be better than what I have right now. But... Bro, he's like destroying my fucking turrets before they can do anything. What the fuck, bro? What is this boss? Why is he possessed? What the fuck is this? Bro, I swear to God, this character is just fucking cursed. Like, I'm just trying to do a simple Vol area run, which should be like relatively easy, and then he gets like such bullshit modifiers. Like, possessed boss? Really? Possessed boss with an AoE fucking ability that just constantly rains down and kills all my fucking ballistas before they can do anything? Like, damn, this is so fun. Game is great. Thank God. Bro, that's so annoying. Didn't even get what I was going for. Bro, he was killing like all of my fucking ballistas before they could actually even put any like explosive arrows on him. Yeah, this one's not better than mine. I forget how many of these I need. I think it's 7. It is. Fuck. I don't think I have enough for another one, do I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All reap we keep. You will need that for the corrupting cry build. Okay. To be honest, I'm borderline about to just like make a new character. I think I'm just gonna run the labs until I get my lacerate and then go from there. I don't know. I feel like I gave explosive arrow a decent shot. Not too big of a fan of it, personally. Oh, what's up, Slinkster? How's the grind going? Almost online. Let's go. Meanwhile, I'm over here getting ready to just remake my character, like remake my character. uh, I don't know. I don't think I'm a very big explosive arrow fan, to be honest. I feel like I should have started corrupting cry. But I'm gonna. I have to. I think I'm gonna. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna run a bunch of like normal labs until I get the lacerate, and then once I get the lacerate, I'm just gonna like reroll, restart, and then try to do the 200 lacerate build. Because I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take. I think I'm gonna do like a slayer. I'm gonna take a bone shatter slayer and then just like adjust the passives Right, like obviously you don't take the strike passes and stuff like that. I don't know if taking the fortify ones is good or not though. It's just I don't know, like I'm not a huge fan. At least for like league start, I'm not a huge fan. I also feel like this character's luck has just been so bad. He gets some of the shittiest modifiers and just doesn't get like much of anything that I actually need. Day 6 0 divines for you. It's like me last league. I think it took me like 3 weeks before I saw my first divine list. That was not fun. Was not fun at all. And like 2 of those weeks were in red maps. I was like, bro. But yeah, to be honest, I feel like I should have just done lightning arrow. I should have memed around and done the lightning arrow champion build. Cause I did that, like the Garatha one, like from like 2 seasons ago, 2 3 seasons ago, and that was so fun. Like honestly, just so fun. It was so fast. The only reason I didn't keep up with it was because you needed the Vengeant Cascade annoyed, and I just wasn't getting the stuff I needed for it. But now that returning Proj is a support gem, I feel like I should have started that. I should have either started that or gone the champion, like corrupting cry champ. Especially with the warden one, or no, not with the primalist one, where shouts like re-loot corpses. With that build, would have been fucking insane. But yeah, I don't know, not a very big fan of this. And the reason I'm thinking of taking like a Slayer Bone Shatter is I think that like the leech is gonna be good for it because you don't get bleed on the two-handed version, from what I've noticed. Like it ups the damage and ups the radius of it, but it like takes the bleed off. Or not the bleed off, makes it slower. So I'm probably just gonna go Slayer, right? And just get the leech and then go for like Hatchet Master and stuff like that. You know, that's just the generic like Bone Shatter Slayer. So I'm just thinking that like you obviously again you don't take the strike skills, and it's just like because like you need a two-handed sword or a two-handed axe, and I feel like the axe master like the axe nodes are just better. It's just I'm trying to figure out like what ailment to pair with it. I imagine would probably end up being bleed, but I'm not too sure because I don't think you can do impale with it. That's usually what you pair with Bone Shatter with a trauma is impales. But I don't know, we'll figure it out as we go. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a bunch of nutty skills coming out. Like apparently there's the what is it, the caustic scourge or whatever. Apparently that's incredibly strong. And like if worst comes to worst and it doesn't work out, I'll just reroll again and then go corrupting Crychamp. To be honest, I would have rerolled to corrupting Crychamp if I had gotten the apple unique offhand that reduces your war cries. But I haven't gotten that, so but I think the lacerate, you're probably gonna have to go like the warden one for a while because I think you're gonna have to take the tinctures to really make it work. That's the other thing, like, it's like I can't speedrun this on this build because like it's too slow. The having to wait for the ballistas to kill everything. Like Bloodshot, I just leap slam everywhere and I'm just like slap, 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 slap. I have my flasks full, like basically at all times. It's just faster too. I swear they like fucked up the layouts a little bit on some of the maps. But he was hoping we hit the lacerate. Like off of this run. Fuck, that's the hemorrhage one. That's the other one I was thinking about doing. Lacerate of hemorrhage. Well, that one's definitely a bleed one. That's a bleed one. Like if I did that one, that one's definitely a do that one's definitely a what should we call it? A gladiator build one. Which I'm kind of curious if that one kind of makes the gladiator build version go well. But I think like in order to really test it, I would need the axe. There's a one-handed axe that's really good. Yeah, so I have the electrocution one, I have the hemorrhage one, I have spectral throw of shattering, which is one that I kind of want to do. Spectral shield throw. But that one's, I'm gonna have to wait till I get some unique support first. Like, I'm definitely not gonna get rid of this character because if I get stuff for it later, like Died and Dawns and stuff, I'll definitely like redo it, or like revisit it. But I don't know. I just don't think it's like a league start build for me per se. I will say that if they plan on adding more transfigured gems throughout, like as leagues go by, it's gonna be such a pain in the ass to get the one you want if they don't do a way for you to get it specifically, or at least like narrow down the like options you can get. Because I think I've done three, right? Three attempts. That I didn't go out of my way to farm it. And some of the other runs I didn't like transfigure. I took like quality or like basically tried to do challenge stuff. But yeah, so that's kind of my plan. And then like I'm kind of curious to see because I'm curious if the what is it? I think people like from what I've seen, a lot of people were looking to try out the Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma, the one where it's like you get more percentage damage per like trauma stack, but it resets when you hit 20. So that means you get like you get bam one big hit, bam big hit, like stuff like that. But I don't know how that one plays. I don't know how the call how like I think the jury's still out on that one. Cause I was watching like Smokey and she had one already, and I think she had it like almost 20% quality and was leveling it. So yeah. Don't touch me, you dirty plastic orb. But yeah, I feel like I should have done it sooner, to be honest. Cause like that last rate, like it's been living in my head fucking rent free. I'm just sitting there like I could take a Bone Shatter Slayer build and then I could just like change some of the stuff on it. And we'd be chilling. Because then when after I get it and I'm leveling the other guy, then I'm gonna have to run these again just to get it to 20% quality. I also don't know if the transfigure gems have different quality bonuses than their like regular counterparts. I guess I could have checked that with the emerging one. Yeah, I don't know. I think like lightning out was like one of the only bow builds I like. I think the only other green transfigure gem I'm kind of like curious about grabbing is the wild strikes one. That one seems pretty interesting. Where it changes oh, that quality is kind of shit. Why the fuck does it have attack speed based on if you changed stance recently? Like I feel like stances or something you don't really change all that often. Like, you know, you go into sand stance if you want AoE, you go into blood stance if you want damage. I don't know why they didn't just give it like they should have just been like if in sand stance you gain like attack speed, if in blood stance you gain attack damage, something like that. Because then it still like caters around the stances, but it just makes more sense. I guess that kind of saves me then. I don't have to worry about qualitating the gem too much if that's the case. Because I feel like that's not that good. Maybe it was just flat attack speed. Definitely be amazing, but having to swap stances every 4 seconds, like, that's so annoying. Two more items, we're online. Let's go. What 2 items do you need left? Indigen and energy shield watches there. Oh, I don't know what the first one is. I think that's actually the first time I've heard it, but I also don't know much about like Hierophant builds. That's to get out of white maps, bro. Slinks, they say it ain't so. I'm crying. But I mean, imagine that would just like boost you to pretty far up. Then after, I'd hope. Have work, have a good stream. All right. Hopefully, work is not too sanity destroying. Thanks for the red. I appreciate it. blocker. I only put little bait shortcuts like that. Oh, cremation. Oh, that's the one that Slickster was trying before. Fires projectiles in a circle. Fires a payload arrow into the air. Projectiles fire from where the payload arrow lands. I can already tell me if to run this. I feel like I should probably just like, nah, that'll slow me down too much. I was about to be like, maybe I should just run this on the like on the new character, right? Just have him farm his own lacerate one. Mostly because I could use the bleed one until like we get that one, but the bleed one requires one-handed. Like, that's the interesting part, right? Is that lacerate itself doesn't really require one-handed versus two-handed. You can use it with whichever, but the uh oh, I just realized you even need wait. You might not even need blood stances for that, like at all. For lacerate, for the two-handed one, lacerate of butchering, because it literally just gives you more damage and more radius. Like, it doesn't say anything about the stances. So you might literally just be able to build it like a fucking bone shatter slayer, just with lacerate. Now that I think about it. Mm. Alright, what's good? Welcome in. How's the day going so far? Yeah, hug the right side. Doing well down the work. Looking forward to some gaming. Let's go. Gamer. Gamer. What's on the gaming menu? Last epoch. Good choice. Good choice. I see hours is consuming from the premium menu. I am just trying to run lab to get my transfigure gem that I want to use. But that's fun. I'll run this like a bunch of times. Does it make marksman work? Speaking of marksman, do you know there's an extremely weird fucking legendary that makes no sense? That basically revolves around marksman's like mastery skill. I don't know if you've seen it. It's the dagger. Yeah, the one that makes it melee on the mastery that all of your passive bonuses from pulling that mastery require you to have a bow in hand. So you're literally just giving up your entire mastery for a dagger, and it's the mastery skill, so you can't even just like grab it and then go like the other mastery instead. And like nothing on the dagger says it counts as a bow or anything like that. It's literally just a dagger that just converts the skill to a melee skill. At least the last time I looked at the dagger, it didn't say anything about like counting as like a bow. Yeah, but that's what I mean though, right? Is that the skill is the mastery skill for marksman. So it means you have to choose that as your mastery in order to get the skill. But the mastery itself requires you to have a bow to get all of the passive bonuses for the mastery. But the dagger doesn't count as a bow. So therefore you're giving up your mastery passives to use a dagger that doesn't synergize with it just because you want to turn the explosive thing into a melee skill. Like, why does any of that make sense? Like, you see what I'm getting at? Explode. Fudge. Ooh, jump kind of prison. Oh. I still have a decent amount of resources. So I think I should have probably put the stuff I have in the fucking stash. I'll do it on the aspirant trial. To be honest, I probably should have just grabbed the volcano one. Try it later. Why is it a green skill? I feel like it should have been a blue skill. Use what it is. This stuff. Dual wielding makes end. Well, I mean, most dual wielding builds generally that's kind of like the risk you run, unless it's Path of Exile and you're just like, oh, I got all this blocking chance with dual wielding. It's gems. Because it's like, I think, what was it? I think I was doing a dual wielding build for my Warbear, and then I realized that just going two-handed was better because of the passives. I was just like, oh. And I think I changed the two-handed axe. I don't even remember why I was gonna go dual wield for it. I remember getting like a legendary axe that I was like, oh, this is really good for be using since I'm dual wielding. And I remember the marksman build I had wasn't too bad. I think it was like one of the better builds I had put together. Specifically around detonating arrow, just with a bow. Be fast. We zooming. I feel like at some point when I get a better handle on like the defensives for last epoch, I should probably like try hardcore. It's been a while since I played an ARPG where I've wanted to do like a hardcore character. And PoE, I'd never would do a hardcore character. Like at all. The amount of times I've died to something and I'm like, how the fuck did that even happen? Like, ain't no way. Like I just watched Steel Mage, who's like one of the better hardcore players who rarely ever dies in hardcore, like just died to like an orb that you couldn't fucking see because of the color of the orb. And it literally just two-shot him. And the only way he even figured that out is because he was like streaming, so he just looked back at a clip of when it happened. Because Path of Exile doesn't tell you jack shit for how you died. Steampunk at least tells you the last thing that hit you before you died, which isn't always what killed you. Because like for instance, there's times I'll die on the twin like goat boy bosses. And a lot of times it's the ice dude that's fucking murdering me, and then I get hit by the physical dude last hit. But it's like really easy to tell like what I'm dying to because I'm like, oh shit, ice go hit me real hard. Ow. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so it'd be nice if like last epoch they would like, you know, kind of break it down a little bit more of being like this is like these are like the last like I don't know, 25% of your HP that you got hit by kind of deal. But yeah. But at least it like tells you something. Yeah, yeah. But like it's kind of like how we go back to it, right? Where they're at least like they're adding stuff people are asking for. People have been asking for some sort of death recap thing in Path of Exile since the damn game's been out, and 10 years later we still don't get shit for it. But we can have an MTX that keeps track of how long you spend in a map, and another one that tracks how much like currency you've picked up off the ground. Another one that tracks how many rares, normals, and yeah, bruh. But I can't get a death log. That'll probably be an MTX at some point. But yeah, I really like when games have that kind of stuff. Like I really like how League of Legends, like when you die now, like it gives you the little circle. Like as I watch people play it, where it gives you that little circle where it shows you like what type of damage you took, like a lot of damage from, like who dealt X amount of damage, like stuff like that. Like when games have things like that, I think is really nice. Smite, I think, also has that. That Blake arrow was kind of nice. Come on. Like a lot of that. I mean, it still gives you a general idea of what to build, though. Like as someone who generally plays a like tanky characters, like knowing what I'm dying to specifically helps, or like what characters I need that is doing a lot of the damage helps a lot. Lets me know who's like actually building things that I need to be careful of. But there's a lot of people in the league that they just follow cookie cutter builds and they don't know when to like build, like skip a certain item or like pull, you know, build a different item and stuff like that. But, like at higher elos, like having that information to tell you like who's actually worth paying attention to as a character is really good. Oh shit, I forgot to give Slinks the chunk. Be with the reminder. Be my hero. How are you? Hello, hello. Am I doing a lot better now that, you know, my weekend of having no power is behind me and I'm trying to catch up on the grind that I missed out on. Unfortunately, I had reservations with someone for the weekend for gaming that, well, when you have no power, it tends to fall through a little bit. Yeah, it was a little touch and go because it was like low 20s, high teens for the weather at night with no heater. So it was a little cold, but it was alright. What happens when a tornado decides to like pass through for no fucking reason? Having your top 5 most watched. Hey, let's go. My big fan. Yeah, I was slightly surprised at my little Twitch recap. Like, I kind of knew who my most watched was gonna be, but like the other ones, I was like, oh, interesting. I didn't realize how much I lurk in some people's chats. Like master over here. Well, it's really weird because it's like I stream so much, right? So like I tend to like I overlap with a lot of people's streams. So I was just always like, huh. Like there's a couple people who like they'll start when I end, like when I'm gonna go eat dinner. So like I'll like lurk in their chats. But there's a couple other people where it's like if I notice they're going live and I have like a break, I'll like pop their tab open while I'm streaming. But it's just like so it was kind of like an up in the air shoot of who was gonna be numbers 2 through 5. Well, to be honest, more like 3 through 5. When I saw this number 2, at first I was like, "Huh, really?" And then I was like, "Oh, wait, yeah, I tend to sit in their chats a lot while I'm doing stuff on the weekends and stuff like that." Come on, lacerative butchering, come to me. I want to restart and make my new character. I'm tired of playing this one. Wait, what's the duration time on these things? 24 seconds? Oh, that's actually kind of insane. Holy shit, that's actually kind of insane. That with culling strikes, like, what the fuck? Fuck, of course there's a hemorrhage one again. Why wouldn't it be? Okay, yeah, but see, this one says, like, these don't say anything about the stances. So I don't think the stance, like, I don't think you need to give a shit about blood and sand stance anymore. Like, you can probably still use them just for extra damage, but I don't know if it actually affects the skill anymore. Oh, I could have checked what the quality was. I'm doing the very exciting gameplay of farming the same shit over and over again, trying to get it to give me an item I want. Well, a gem I want, so that I can go read, like, play a new build. I almost want to do a build about, like, with blink arrow, but I don't think it's like, I don't think the bombarding, like, constitutes, like, I don't think it'll be good enough for its own build. Kind of interesting though. It's definitely a good one for have calling strikes on though. They just keep raining down arrows. Mm-hmm. Suffering in time. I'm suffering, alright. Fucking trying to get this stupid transfigure jump. The worst part is, right, is when I make a new character, I'm gonna have to run this again just for the ascendancy. Whatever. Even though somehow there's like my top view channel, I have more points spent than I have earned in that channel. I'm pretty sure I know the reason why it's like that, but it's still kind of funny. Because they were like, man, looks like you're in debt, huh? And I'm like, no, no, no. My paychecks are getting stolen. But I didn't even know, I find it funny. Oh, stuck in the corner. Yep. Oh wait, I think it's that door. No, it's not. Alright, so I was right. Keep going. Oh, it even like duplicates my minions for the blink arrow. I have multiple bears. I'm very powerful. Very strong. Bunch of bears. So many bears. I didn't know that it like uh I didn't know that it also duplicated your that it would also duplicate. Okay, this is what I was actually curious about. Is this one? Because it buffs your minions. Oh, okay, so it is gonna be different. All right, because this one is 40% more damage with bleeding. Oh, that's gonna be fucking like. I'm assuming that the butchering one is probably more radius, which would probably still be pretty good, or it might just have straight up attack speed. Mm-hmm. It's just, you know, if we could get the damn thing, we could find out. Oh. How long does this clone last for? Wait for a second. Oh, he just shoots multiple different arrows. Yeah, so what I'm assuming, like, I feel like that prismatic one is probably the best one for the build because I think it like its minions deal 16% increased damage, which I'm assuming affects the ballista. So ballistas. So I feel like it's like you go for the bombarding one if you're not running totems, and then you go for the prismatic one if you're running. Yeah, see, because like the other thing is just a duration, right? This one has a 3 second duration. The other two literally both have 24 seconds. Also, because I think it's supposed to be for like a different minion build. Mm-hmm. I won't lie, well, I'm kind of glad that they added the transfigured gem system. It kind of sucks I have to go through the entire lab for it. Oh, he did. Rip. My treasure keys. I really don't really care too much about the treasure keys. It's mostly just that the less treasure keys I have, the less mats I'm gonna get out of this. Because the problem is that this level, I'm not even gonna get like 6 socketed items very often. So it's like kind of whatever. But you know, every little bit of currency helps when you're gonna restart. Especially considering how much fucking currency I wasted trying to fucking get the helmet on this character done, which I'm only gonna have to redo again later. So that's fun. Fuck. Ugh. Because the biggest thing is that like I'm kind of torn between going like Slayer or like Juggernaut. Because like I was thinking, well, it'd be Slayer or Berserker, but I've never done like a lot of Berserker stuff, and I don't know how it would translate. I feel like Slayer is just like a safer option. Because like you're gonna come down and get Hatchet Master, wherever it is. Hatchet Master. Oh, no, here it is. Right. Because this is too good. You're gonna get Hatchet Master here. You're gonna use Maim. You have Hatchet Master here. You'll get Destroyer. You're obviously gonna get Martial Experience. Then later you can go up here to get Cleaving and Slaughter. What is this though? I don't recognize this one. Axe attacks deal 30% damage with hits. Oh, because it's a crit one. That's why. Because Bone Shadow uses Precise Technique. I kind of wish something like Precise Technique didn't exist. At the same time, I understand why it exists. It's just I don't know. Cause like it's mostly because like you have to stack so much accuracy. I'd have to look at another lacerate build to see. Well, I mean, I feel like I feel like no. I feel like you have to go. You'd have to either go precise technique or you'd have to go crit build. But it's not easy to get crit, so you probably just have to go precise technique build and just get accuracy. I feel like I'm wasting time running this way. I don't remember this side's like a dead end. No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this side's a dead end. Fucking way. Just running 20 billion labs to try to get my transfigure. My last rate of butchering. Do you imagine if you could just make a blink arrow just spawn a ballista totem instead? That'd be so funny. Mm-hmm. I run so fast. Quick feet, quick feet. Oh, this would probably be even better with like Uranus. Uranus Splinters would just make this build so much easier. I'm probably gonna end up doing that. Like, whatever Crimson Jewels I find that I don't really care for, I'll probably just keep corrupting until I get Uranus Splinters. Like, to be fair, it only took me a couple runs to remember like the layouts for this. I still think they kind of like changed it a little bit, but probably not. Probably just because it's been a decent amount of time since I last ran Labyrinth. I will say I do like this league so far. As rippy as the league mechanic is, I think it's still fun. I just get frustrated when I die without knowing what the fuck I died to. Shit. Yeah, I went too far. Oh, this is the one that people were pretty underwhelmed by. Blade Vortex of the Scythe. Storm of ethereal blades would briefly orbit an area around you. Damage every 0.6 seconds. All enemies in the radius. Is it just bigger? The character's not. It is getting a little irksome, but I still don't have it yet, though. Part of me kind of, I think, part of me just wants to fucking reroll to my character. Go to the other character, just run him with a lacerate until he fucking just gets it himself. I know it'll be like way slower if I do that though. That's the problem. I'll have to actually fight Izaro instead of just throwing down total, like throwing down the ballistas and then moving on. Because like you can use the lacerate from like level 12. It's so that's one of the early skills you get. But, like the only other thing, right, would be we would do champion, but then we'd have to go like adrenaline. It'd be like adrenaline into this, into inspirational. But I don't really think that's worth it. Because then you have to do corrupting fever shenanigans. And at that point, why not just go the regular corrupting fever build? Which is way more effective. Or at least has been proven to be way more effective. What up, Zephyr? So what's today? I said 12. Okay. There's something I need to do in between streams. I was gonna do it yesterday, I forgot. Today, how goes? I am slowly losing my mind trying to grind for the one gem that I need so I can reroll my character because I'm tired of playing this character. Because it just ain't for me. But aside from that, we're chilling. No more explosion arrow? No. There's a couple of things from the build that well, explosive arrow's always been kind of like, and I don't know if I want to like actually play this build kind of deal. Like, the only reason I even tried it is because like I've seen the person whose build I'm following, like he's done all the content. He plays it on hardcore. So like I know what it's capable of. It's just I never played it myself, and I had like kind of a couple concerns with the build going into it. That at least like 20% of them were, well, 30% of them were valid. Another 10% were kind of iffy, and then the other like 60% was kind of like it's a non-issue. But yeah, like I'm not gonna get rid of the character. It's just that I think when I get items that make the character better, I'll probably go for it. There's at least like 2 items I want to get before I attempt like come back to it. Also, the damage you just saw is not indicative of the build itself because this is a level 30 area. My character is level uh 70 something. Oh, right. Right. I forgot about this one. I don't know if anybody's tried it yet, actually. But yeah, I am basically trying to get like this one transfigured gem, which only comes from this. And lab 1, 2, and 3 only give you one chance at it. And there's no like increased chances for doing the harder versions of the lab. I think the last 2 lab difficulties give you more than one chance, because at least like in the preview video that they showed, you were able to have multiple, right? For this and then Uber Lab later. But I don't know, that might just be like an Uber Lab thing. But yeah, so the quickest way to do it is I'm just running the lowest difficulty one on my 76 explosive arrow bro, just to deal with it. To be fair, I've also come out with a couple W's because I've gotten a couple other skills that I was like, those would be nice. But yeah, so explosive arrow is gonna go on the shelf for a while because there's one build that I want to try that it's gonna be like, it's probably gonna be an absolute shit show because I'm not gonna follow like a hard build for it. I'm gonna take a build that I kind of know how to do and then adjust it for the skill and then see how it feels. And then if somebody else who knows more, like, you know, does their own version of the build, I'll probably like look at what they do and see if like I'm close or if there's anything I need to fix. And then if that fails, then I'm just gonna do shout champ. And then if that fails, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do then, because I don't feel like playing bone shatter this league. So it'll be fun. Question mark. I would have done like lightning arrow, except that, well, I mean, I could still do lightning arrow as a fallback, personally. I would have done lightning arrow if fucking calm spirit gloves weren't fucking nerfed, because I got a pair. Like, they're literally the first unique I got, but they got nerfed into the fucking ground this league. So that was fun. To be fair, I don't know if they like lowered the chance of getting them, or like increase, like, you know, lowered their rarity tier with the nerf. But I haven't seen like another pair drop since. So I think I just got like really lucky in like the worst sort of ways. Which is the story of my life. Get really lucky on shit that isn't good anymore. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the ballista totems, to be honest. It's the main issue that totem builds have, is that the they're squishy and you have to continuously put them down. And then ballista totems, like it's kind of hard on some boss fights to get them to focus where you want them to focus when they spawn a lot of ads. So there was a couple boss fights where they kept spawning ads, and so I'd have like two of my ballista totems shooting at something else instead of just shooting at the boss, and it definitely delayed the amount of time it took to kill the boss, which I wasn't too happy about. Which, I mean, I guess it's normal because I'm used to playing something like Bone Shatter, where I deal damage directly at the thing I'm trying to kill. Yeah, I just wanted to try like a ranged League starter because I've always done Bone Shatter, and I'm actually kind of like tired of Bone Shatter. Mostly just because I've played it so fucking much, and it's such a pain in the ass to do anything at endgame with it because melee is in a pretty bad state. Like, there's a lot of endgame content that's just unreasonably difficult to do on Bone Shatter. That's like way easier if you just do it on something else. And then there's a couple other builds that I kind of want to like try out, but they need like items to be any good. Like I want to try a spectral shield throw build, but I need a good amount, at least like I want to get at least half of the fucking uniques I need for that, because that one needs a bunch of uniques. That one needs I think like 4. If I can get like 2 of them, I'll probably like do a little like half-assed version of it. Because I got the spectral shield throw transfigured version. That was like the first one I got, which I was like, oh cool. But yeah, it's just like it just feels kind of bad because there's to me because there's just not another skill to deal damage with. Right, like all your damage comes from your ballista totems. Like I don't have anything else I can use to kind of like deal extra damage and not get like stuck in a pack of mobs and shit like that. And I've had pretty not great luck for uniques, as I'm having really shitty luck for my transfigured gem that I want. I'd say the build is solid. Like I don't think the build is bad. I don't like it. At least I don't like it without like the extra bits and bobs that make it really good. All right. This is just delaying me because I just want to reroll. I've like spent like an hour and a half doing this, and I still haven't had any real luck. I've gotten because like the other issue is that there's 2 versions of lacerate that can be transfigured, and I've gotten one version twice, which is kind of annoying. I hate when that happens. I'm just hoping it doesn't happen a 3rd time because I'm really actually gonna be a little annoyed to the point that I might just like say fuck it and then just go level with a lacerate or with like a spectral helix like in my lacerate. But I know that if I do that, it's gonna be way slower than if I just farm it on this. Because in the time it takes this guy to do it like 3 times, I can probably do it once on the new character. Because like, to be honest, the only reason it's taking so long per run is just because of how much I have to run. Because I don't have any move speed on my boots, and I don't know if I have a space to put it on you. I do not. I can't really drop either of these. And then just the ooh. And just the fact that I have to wait through Zara's like animations to be able to kill him, which is mildly annoying, but that's what it is. Like for instance, in that first phase right there, like by the time he puts his hand up in the air, he's technically already dead. Like, or he's already low enough HP to phase, but he has to go through the rest of the animation, and he doesn't take any extra damage. So I can't just like one shot him. That'd be a nice change. They just let you like be able to one shot a Zara in the first phase, and you just instantly go to the end. That'd be kind of nice. I really wouldn't complain. That was actually one of the more pain in the ass layouts too. Some of them are way more straightforward. One has a lot of like twists and turns and shit. That's a wild strike one. Projectiles pierce all targets. Beams chain 4 times. Fires 3 projectiles. I'll just take this one for now. Hold on to it. Wild Strikes is one of the transfigures that I wanted from like the greens. Oh shit, that was wrong button. I wish there was a portal that you could choose that would just send you to this waypoint. Like, I wish there was like a waypoint at the end of the lab run, so then you could just like the thing to then send you to the beginning, so you can just like loop instead of having to go through like two load screens for it. Because like in the current state, right? If you just even if you just want to run lab over and over again, like even if it's not just doing this, right? Say it's like you have a bunch of Uber lab offerings like saved up, and you just want to run those. Like you have to leave the lab, go to load screen into the waypoint, like click the waypoint and then load screen back into lab, and then click the door and then load screen again. Like they could cut out one of the load screens, which would be nice. I could just be like, but Mello, the load screens don't take too long. For me, for other people, but there's plenty of people that their load screens take 3 years. And for those people, it'd probably be pretty nice if they could cut out one of them. Like what is it? I remember when Lost Ark like first released in the West, like the load screens were so bad and a bunch of the areas that it was just like you basically like were doing fucking college math calculations to try to like figure out what was the most optimal route to take to get the least amount of fucking load screens. But yeah, it just kind of just is what it is, really. Most of this is just my bad luck of not getting the gem I want. Well, part of it's bad luck from not getting the gem I want. Another part of it is just not really wanting to play this. Followed by the fact that like the default version, like the way I would build the default version would be completely different from the way the transfigured gem works. Right? Because like for instance, if you look at wild strikes, right? This just makes the regular wild strikes better. Well, it should make the wild strikes better, right? Because it's basically just like wild strikes, but with more things, right? Like, because wild strikes still does the different elemental stuff, like stuff like that, right? But this one has the added bonus of like inverting the resistances, which means you don't have to take that node anymore in the passive tree, and then it's just like you would probably still just like even if you were trying to go for the wild strike one, you would probably just still normally build it. To be fair, I don't know any wild strike build. I haven't looked into it. I'm thinking that maybe wild strike raider could be pretty cool, like Trinity or some shit like that. But I wish I could just like. But I have no idea. That's kind of just another build that I'm kind of like, what can we do with this kind of deal? Because the other thing is, I really want to get like Rakiata's dancing greatsword thing. Because there was a couple of interesting. There was like a smite build you could do with that. That was kind of funny to watch to use. Just kill everything. Fuck, did I really not go? Oh fuck, right. This was that one. Son of a bitch. This is why lab kind of sucks sometimes. Because sometimes you think something's like a full dead end, and then you forget that there's like a little thing over there. Doors, bro. Get the fuck out of my way. Like, it's just little things like that that delay or to take lab runs. Well, they forced lab runs to take longer than they reasonably could. I was gonna say then they should, but realistically, there's no should. It's just they could be shorter, but sometimes you get a layout where you're just like, oops. I'm just opening those so I can get a challenge progression. Dramatic. But yeah, I'm just hoping that before I lose my sanity, I get the last rate of butchering soon. Also, because I just really want to do the build. Brilliant. But do still nice for the other guy. Nope. Cannabis. What does this do? Oh, area effect cannot be what? I wonder if that's actually good or not. Because I tried Frostblade. I tried it twice. Was not a very big fan. Because like what I did was during the events, right? What they did, I tried like to get a feel for Frostblade, how it would feel. So I did two basically league starts with it. Well, mini league starts with it, as you basically start over with nothing. And then it's just like was not a very big fan. I found out pretty quickly that I am not a very big Frostblade player. I don't think there's anything wrong with the skill per se. It's just I don't like how it felt to use. But I'm curious if people will find like I'm curious to see what builds are gonna come out. A lot of it's this transfigures gem thing was kind of like a big brain thing they did. To be honest, they were really smart as it kind of like it shakes up the meta, but without them having to strictly have to introduce new skills to do it. Like some of them are basically like almost new skills or borderline new skills, but there's a bunch of them that it's literally just like the same skill, like some difference. And a lot of times that's enough to kind of like just freshen things up. Especially in a game like Path of Exile where the way things interact is interesting. Because like for instance, let's look at the two lacerates for example. Like there's one that like ups the bleed damage on it, and then there's another one that makes it just like a hard hitting fucking ability. And it's like they're still lacerates, but they work differently because they don't work off of the stances anymore. And it's kind of just like, oh, interesting. Kind of deal, right? And it's something that it's like it's such a minute change that could theoretically make those two skills like be so much nicer. So it is, you know, it's pretty interesting. It's and like I'm kind of curious, like how many of the transfigure gems were like previous like ideas for the skill that just didn't go through. Because like for instance, you have like the ethereal knives where it's just like It's literally just it goes out in a circle. Like it just you spin over any of the knives. But there's also like the lingering one where it just like leaves lingering blaze, and then you can then animate with one of the new animate weapons, which is kind of interesting. And then it's just but it makes me wonder like how many of these were like ideas they had before, but they were just like, we don't know if they're like we should implement them, or maybe they're like ideas that they had after, and they're like, that's a little too close to this like skill gem, so it'd feel a little weird to have like both of them in the game and have them like be different names. But now with the transfigure system, it lets them like kind of do little tweaks that maybe they thought about doing, or and like just put them in, and then if it doesn't work out, then they can just like change the tweaks, or if it does work out, they can just leave it as is. Like I'd have to say that for PoE, I'd say the biggest like thing they were really like just geniuses on was the skill gem system. Because the fact that like they did the skill gem system and they didn't attach the skills to the classes like pretty much every other ARPG out there does, gives them so much freedom and flexibility to just add new things, try out like all other kinds of stuff like that you normally wouldn't be able to in um in an ARPG, because it's like for instance, adding new skills is such a pain. It's such a headache for like companies, for like for people that like do ARPGs, because you can't just add a skill to like one or two classes and be like, all right, we're good, because then all the other classes are gonna be like, what about our class? Like, what the fuck? So whenever you add new skills, you then have to add more or less the same amount of new skills, depending on like what you're doing, like all of the different classes, which now all of a sudden means you have such a bigger workload than you would have had. Meanwhile, PoE is like, well, you can technically use any skill gem on any character. So we can add just like a smattering of skill gems whenever the fuck we feel like it. And we can do like weird shit like the transfigure gem system, which allows us to like alter act like currently active like skills in the pool. And that's really fucking smart, because that's really easy ways to like keep player engagement and like kind of breathe life into the game without having to like spend a lot of like development time on it, which a lot of people are gonna be like, oh well, that just sounds lazy. But you know how hard it is to do a game and keep like coming up with fresh ideas over and over again, like they're just completely brand new. Like you're gonna run out, like it's impossible. So being able to do small adjustments that breathe fresh air into at least the community that will play your game like all the time, because like right now, the people having a field day are people that love testing new shit, right? Which is basically their core, like their very core player base that will play Path of Exile like religiously. Like those guys are having a field day right now because they have so many gems to try to like hypothesize like 20 different combinations, see what works, see what doesn't work, get feedback, do all this other stuff. The new quality changes gives them little like tuning knobs levers they can do, which is also like really big. Like the skill gem system is quite possibly like Path PoE's like most crowning achievement. You back? Welcome back. I still don't have my last rate of butchering and I am crying. And it's still not here. I'm crying. I've gotten this like 3 times. Rough in these streets, Slinksters. It's rough out here. Oh, I need the turquoise. Likely. It'd be rough out here in these streets. In these grindy, windy streets. Oh, the exsanguinate one's another one that I kind of want to try. I want to see how that one goes. Oh, nice. A free war banner. And if, oh, actually, those are really good. What's this one? I think good. The only saving grace is I've gotten a couple of other like transfigured gems that I was interested in, but that list is slowly dwindling uh for green skill gems. I actually don't think. I think the only other green skill gem that I'd consider like yoinking if it pops up again is the cremation volcano one. Just to be like, maybe I'll do I'll see hold that on for a rainy day for when I'm super bored. But I already have the spectral shield throw one. I have the wild strikes one. I have the bleeding lacerate one. Just don't try to spell totem in. Oh, is it not good? Do you think you could cast on crit it? You think that would be an option? I guess that's fair. Yeah, I can see where that's a problem. Oh, then that means that it probably doesn't work for cast on crit either then. Because there's like an energy blade build that I saw that's like really flexible for what skills you can do. That's just cast on crit. But if it still works like that for spell totems, it probably works like that for the cast on crit version too. Once I'm done with the mana stack RF, we go back and do self cast. Mood. Yeah, I think the current plan is I want to get the last rate of butchering. I want to at least try to take that to maps and see how that feels. And then I want to if that doesn't feel super good, I'm just gonna go for corrupting cry champ and pray that I can get that working. And then if that doesn't feel good, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do. I'll probably just bitch out and do lightning arrow. Yeah, meta bitch for a little bit. Just to get items to get back on my feet. Oh, the lever. Cause I do want to try the spectral shield throw. I want to kind of like throw to like spitball a wild strike build together. If there's any way I can figure that out. I think the transfigured version is pretty cool, or could be really good. It literally just has a mastery node fucking baked into it for free. So I'm pretty stoked. Stoked the roked. Like I have an idea in my head about it where it'll probably work with like Trinity. I mean, if I somehow get, well, actually, the problem is I don't think I can get one at this level. The Apple Shield, the Corrupting Cry Champ. If I got that, I'd be willing to do that instead, but kind of just grabbing whatever would be potentially useful for. The only real saving grace is I'm making so much currency from these. Because I've gotten a lot of these, like, these kinds of chests where I get a nice little juicy stack of currency. Like, to be honest, like 20, like basically all of that stack of jewelers has come from doing this and opening strong boxes along the way to try to do challenge progress. But it goes slow. I honestly, like, at this rate, I don't even know if I'll get the fucking gem in like 3 hours. Cause, well, no, even more than that. Cause it's like in like 10 minutes, I've been doing this for like 2 hours straight. And technically, I've gotten 2 lacerates. It's just that it's it was the same one twice. It was not the one that I wanted. I mean, I am kind of tempted to just say fuck it and just take the one that I have and do like a gladiator build with it. Because I have a feeling that the bleeding one might actually be pretty good. Because it also, like, the quality on it increases damage with bleed. So I don't know if it'll solve the bleed problem, but I'm actually kind of surprised I didn't like specifically like buff bleed stuff, like bleed damage or anything like that. I'm not too surprised I didn't do anything to the ascendancies, considering they had just done something for ascendancies. But I think most people would agree it's probably time for them to at least do something to like the gladiator and maybe some of the other like lesser stuff. 'Cause it's like you could argue Berserker needs some love, but there's also been a decent, like a couple of Berserker's builds popping up recently. And then there's a lot of people testing out Berserker for builds now that Calm Spirits got nerfed because it's like the only. Well, I mean, it's the entire identity of that sentence is rage. So there's a question of whether or not it's like good enough to do what people want. Like, what is it? Garatha was saying that for the the trauma, the glacial hammer trauma, he's like, you're probably just better off doing a berserker than you are a juggernaut, but you lose a lot of defenses with it. But even then, juggernaut's like not that. I don't know the specifics for it, but a lot of people, like, I've heard a lot that juggernaut's just a lot weaker this league. I don't know what they changed. I didn't pay attention because I wasn't planning on going juggernaut. Well, not anytime soon. When I do the spectral shield, well, even then, I don't think so because I think the spectral shield build is champion. A lot of fucking duelist builds this league for me. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I might do a bone shatter build. If I hear the complex bone shatter one is like worth doing, I might just do a bone shatter build later. Like, I might just do this farming again and just farm for the like bone shatter of complex trauma. Because I definitely don't think the other one's that good. Like, even just from reading it, I was like, that one doesn't seem that good. I went through so many trying to get the helmet that I have on right now to have all the colors I needed on it. But yeah, I'm hoping one of the melee ones, like, just pops off a new melee build. That's really good. I just find it ironic how, like, they, they kind of succeeded in their plans when they added the trauma support gem and trying to make, like, give people, like, who want to do melee builds, like, another option. And then they kind of, like, single-handedly murdered that, like, the league after by getting rid of divergent trauma. Because I thought it was really interesting that none of the support gems got, like, got transfigured gems. Considering that, like, I feel most of those, well, I feel like a lot of, like, I know what they're trying to do with the transfigured gems, right? But, like, I feel like they kind of, like, cut the kneecaps out of, like, some of the builds that was using some of the other alt gems that don't exist anymore. Because, like, we don't get divergent, you don't get divergent bone shatter for the bone shatter builds, for bone shatter support builds, and then we don't have uh divergent blood rage either, which was another pretty big one that was good to have on some builds. Fuck, bro. It's a cool. Hello, Q. How are you? How was your week? Bro, I would have done all this farming over the weekend, but no. Tornado was like, "Fuck are you and all of your weekend plans." Big Sedge, big cry. I did not even. Fight the tornado. You see, I thought about it, especially since I had plans for that for the weekend. But then, like, the tornado was like, "You sure?" And then knocked out like two substations, broke like 150 power poles, and I was like, I don't know if I'm strong enough to fight that tornado. That tornado looked like it has hands. So I did what any sane bear does: sit in his room and stare at the ceiling while the power was out for like 36 hours straight. But we're okay, so that's all that matters. All right, this is. I've my brain is it's slowly dying while I'm grinding this. That's like sleep recharge time. You might have a point if I haven't only been awake for like 4.5 hours. I did stay up a little late last. No, it's just my brain is slowly melting because I've been running this same exact like labyrinth for the past 2 hours trying to get something, and I haven't been able to get it until all the runs are starting to meld together slowly. It's like when you play a lot of Apex, right? And then you start like your loadouts from one game to the next start like melding together. You're like, wait, where's my purple heavy mag? Wait, was that this game? Was that last game? Wait, why don't I have any batteries? I had like 6 of them. Wait, was that this game or was that like that last game or like your two? Like it's that's kind of what's happening to my brain right now. I also find it hilarious because like when I was playing like Apex with a friend of mine like a while back, I was like, I asked him, I was like, has that ever happened to you? He's like, no, because I don't have dementia. And then the game after, like I shit you not, literally the game after he talks smack, he's like, you remember when you talked about how like your game started melding together? And you don't know what you picked up, and you kind of like forget, and like lo and behold, apparently he does have dementia. So get fucked, buddy. What comes around goes around. That's why you shouldn't talk shit until you're extra sure that it's not gonna come back to bite you in the ass. Shit cracked me up though. I was just like, bro, that couldn't have, like you couldn't have made like something like that fall any better. Like if you like even if you scripted it, it just would not have been any smoother. Uh, it's great when shit like that happens. I wish I could just like, I wish I had the flask from Diablo that let you just break through walls. Well, it only let you break through like the rare affix walls, but still, like if I could just have like an ability to just let me like fucking Kool-Aid man my way through fucking walls, that'd be great. That would be great, especially for lab, because then you'd have like an actual straight shot through. Motherfucker. Uh, Raise what kind of geyser location. Yeah. Grab that, just hold on to it. I need to get another like green skill gem though. Do I have one? Extra one? Yeah, I got bullets. Uh, the pain though. The pain is slowly. The pain is slowly spreading through my emotions, my fragile little heart. Fire's projectiles 10 times fast. What is this one? Okay, that one's actually the same. But not all of them are different. I'm so curious what the butchering one's quality is going to be. I'm assuming it's just going to be like more. I'm either assuming it's going to be more radius or it's going to be more like damage. Or they could have like decency and actually just give us more attack speed. Because that shit has more attack speed from its quality. That's going to be fucking gross to deal with. Like, and by gross, I mean like it'll be the most beautiful thing ever. A melee gem with attack speed on it for quality. I'm gonna quality that shit all day. Gotta be living in lab. But that one's like a very quantifiable number of runs. Not this painful cycle that I'm doing of RNG. Of R in the fuck me. Yeah, I'm already dreading when they add more transfigured gems. To be fair, the fix is really easy. It's just that instead of you having 3 options, you have 4 options and then 5 options as they keep like adding more and more of them. But it's still not fun. Oh, that's a wall. So dark in here sometimes I can't see what the fuck is where. And then there's other times I just YOLO toss out like a move, like the blink arrow, and it just moves me somewhere I didn't even know I could go. I'm just like, oh, cool, appreciate you. The trick for this one is basically the trick for for these is you want to move as you want to go right for as long as you can until you see a door, and then generally that door is going to be the aspirant trial. It's just that sometimes the layout's kind of fucky. That annoys me. This one's also the same. You just go right for as long as basically as far as you can until you find the door, like far right, and then that means you found the domain crossing. And then when you have 20 billion movement abilities, you can just dodge all the traps and not give 2 shits. Or you just have a bunch of regen, you just run through the traps and don't give a shit anyway. AKA you're playing a juggernaut. Oop, domain crossing. Also, the biggest reason why, like, if you're gonna farm this, you do it on the first one is because the layout is like 10 times fucking easier than all the other ones. And you have to run through less rooms. I think even the second lab has at least one room between, like, more than one room between the aspirant trials. Well, this one, it's like aspirant trial, one room, aspirant trial, one room, and then it's like aspirant trial, then another, then you have one room, then an aspirant trial, then 2 rooms, and then the last one. I'm mistaken for the second one, it's you have 2 rooms between the first and the second one. And then the third one just sucks dick, because it takes 3 years to fucking run through. So if you're just trying to like farm like figure gems, there's no point in doing it. Because you don't get more attempts at it. I think like they kind of need to give like the third lab like 2 chances. Because there's really no point in running like anything more than the first lab if you're gonna do transfigure farming. I have gotten this one, this one right here. I've gotten this one like 4 times. I'm actually getting annoyed. Like, you fucking bitches, give me my fucking butchering. Wait, what does that quality do? Pull down recovery rate. I think that's all of them. I think that's for all of the blink. I've gotten the prismatic one so many times. It is painful to see it pop up over and over again. To be fair, the animate ranged weapons one. I haven't seen that one drop before. So I'll give it a little bit of slack there. Actually, I think the Blade Flurry one is also new. I was born to suffer in the lab and not get the transfigures I want. I wonder if using the same gem that you want the transfigure for gives you like a slightly increased chance to get them. I don't think they do. I don't think GGG would be that nice to us. The only reason I was even curious is because of the first lacerate one I got was literally off of a lacerate that I transfigured. And I was like, oh shit, maybe there's a little something here. But no, I don't think there is. Because the second lacerate I was transfiguring didn't like pull it. But I think I only used it like twice before I got the one of the blink arrows that I wanted. And I was I hate this. I hate when like there's a dead end that's just outside of fucking range. Because you have to like run down to like check. Oh, is it actually that one? There's no way. Oh, it is. Wow. I that took me longer than it should have, specifically because I'm so like it's so few. Like in the last like 2 hours of running this, that's the second time I've gotten that one where it's literally just a straight shot to the door. That layout's not exactly very common. Oh, we could do this. Rip. I was trying to position it in a way where he would eat most of the explosive arrow shots. Because the point is, you're like, oh, well, Mellow, then you should have put, so the guy would be behind the ballista totems. Yeah, the ballista totems would have just turned around and shotgunned him to death. I think it also just depends on who's the first one to spawn, because sometimes it's him, sometimes it's the ice dude. If it's the ice dude, he's actually really tanky. Oh, shit. The Tokyo Drifties. They see me go boom. They see me zooming. They hating. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Oof. The rare ones are actually worth going on my way to do just because challenges. Woo. Because basically, if I can get most of these challenges done ahead of time, it means that my Atlas tree, I don't have to do. I won't have to do some of the specking that I would normally do. Cause like, I mean, I doubt I'll get most of them done, but like, I don't know, I wouldn't be able to do this one. This one will still need like the tree. Because basically, you need to get the node that makes strong boxes like corrupted and rare. Do this, but at least I can get like this one a good of the way done. Fires arrows into everyone. Getting spore pods where they land. Each pod lasts for duration before bursting, dealing right. I've gotten these to pop up a lot. I'm just gonna run the gamble and I'm just gonna buy a lacerate. I'm just gonna use that and pray that there's like some secret hidden like mechanic that if you use the gem you want, it gives you an increased chance at getting the stuff. Because that's the only copium I'm gonna be able to use. Continue this for the next like hour and 20 minutes without losing my mind. This is how you know, like, I feel like when you when you look at like gamers, you can kind of tell like how insane they are, and like based on what they play. Like ARPG gamers are we're fucking batshit crazy. We will farm the same shit over and over and over and over and over again for hours on end just to get one fucking thing. I thought that said axe, and I was like, wait, is that the axe that I... There's an axe that if we get it, I'm definitely gonna do a gladiator bleed lacerate build with that lacerate of hemorrhaging one. Because it just works together too well. Because there is a one-handed unique axe that is kind of like once you get that item, that's that weapon, you don't really change it for anything else. that goes really well with the Lacerate Gladiator build. And like you can tell that they kind of designed the Lacerate of hemorrhaging, and like with that in mind, because the Lacerate with a hemorrhaging can only be used with a one-handed sword or axe. So you can tell like what they were thinking with it. So if I do ever get that build or that axe, that build is definitely going to happen. I don't know if it'll be good, but that build is definitely going to happen. Especially considering the fact that the quality for it is like extra damage with bleed. Like, oh shit, it's gonna be so good. I am the speed. Yeah, I'm just gonna use the lacerate skill gem and just opium pray that it fucking actually helping it. Oh yeah, that this one's like spawns first. It also like increases the chance of you not killing one of the lieutenants before you kill him with explosive arrow, because he's going to he's not gonna walk up very quickly. I feel like maim is an I reach. I can. Fuck yes. The range blinker has is kind of crazy. But then again, it does have a cooldown, so it does, you know, it needs to be a little nutty. Because if like the range of blink arrow was worse than leap slam, like that would be kind of embarrassing. To be honest, if I had a second Quicksilver flask, we'd be actually zooming through all of this. But I only have the one big set. Did I say you could live? Didn't think so. Scourge arrow of menace. Oh. It gets a little irksome, right? When you haven't seen a single one of the specific gem you're looking for, but you've seen so many of the other ones just over and over and over again. It gets a little irksome. It gets a little annoying. Like I've seen so many of the prismatic blink arrow one. It's a little insane. There's probably somebody out there who's just constantly getting the last rate of butchering and he's like, fuck this dumb. He's probably trying to get like, I don't know, the cremation one or something. To be fair, I've only seen the cremation one twice. Because I grabbed it the second time. So I was like, you know what? I don't know when I'll get this again. I may as well just grab it. There's no point in not grabbing any of the other green skill gems I'm like interested in since I'm doing this over and over again already. The Wild Strikes one I feel like is kind of rare too, because that one I definitely hadn't even gotten a lot. I've gotten it literally the one time. I just grabbed it just because I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll grab it. Because it's one I was interested in. I also don't know if maybe like there's internal weights for which ones you can get. I don't feel like there is. Wouldn't really make much sense with how random it is. But I also wouldn't pass GGG. I kind of just be like, hey, hey. Probably just because my luck on this character is kind of cursed. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of cursed. It was like it's okay currency wise because he started getting chaos orbs like hella fucking early, but like it's been pretty shit for everything else. Wait, what the fuck did I get stuck on? I think I'm gonna start opening strong boxes because I need to open another 90 anyway, and I'm at 40 out of 120. So like, I could have stopped at 30. because opening the corrupted rare strong boxes is still going to count towards the first one. And then I won't be able to finish the last one until later. I still don't like that, to be honest. Like, I still don't like that it's like, that it, like, that you have this, and then you have tier 16. Like, I think that all they should take like the tier 16 ones and just make them their own thing, right? Like, take the, these 15 rogues in tier 16, 18 strong boxes, tier 16. 3 defeat a map boss has been possessed by 3 tormented spirits, tier 16. Like, that kind of stuff. Like, I feel like that stuff should just be like its own separate thing. I don't know, that could just be a me thing. My copium attempt is dwindling. It's dwindling. Also, if you're wondering if I'm going to be farming this while I'm eating dinner, the answer is yes, I am. In the hopes that I can get it. If you're also wondering, like, at what point do I call it quits? No idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Like, is this like incredibly engaging? No, but I feel like this is kind of like a premium Path of Exile in a way. It's just like you're just farming the same shit, and the game's like, ah, fuck you. ARPGs in a nutshell. Why do I play so many games where RNG is such an important factor? I play BRs, auto chess, ARPGs, then the odd gotcha game here and there. What is wrong with me? That's a long list. I feel like this is how you figure out whether or not someone would like ARPGs. Like, if you can do this kind of grind, you're probably someone who's like okay with ARPGs and MMOs and stuff like that. If this kind of grind like makes you want to like, I don't know, punch a hole in the wall, probably shouldn't play ARPGs. Because sometimes it'd be like this. Sometimes you'll get everything you could ever want, everything you could ever want so quickly, and then other days you're fighting for the like. I've had like runs where one day I'm like a monster hunter, also RNG. I'm getting like all the rare fucking monster parts I need, just one after the other, after the other, after the other. And then like the next day I'm like, okay, I need some of these parts which aren't like really rare, so they shouldn't take me too long. And it will take hours to get what I need. Hours. Because it just will not fucking drop. And then it could be like, oh, but maybe you're getting some of the other stuff. No, I'll just be getting like the most shittiest stuff that you don't need for anything instead of that. It's just, and ARPGs are the same fucking way. The only thing is, I don't know if I can get. I don't think I can. I think it's like, and you have to be in a level 50 area to get the apple. To be fair, there's a couple like uniques that kind of low level. I mean, like the more I do this, the more like the higher chance I get at like getting some leveling uniques. Like that rustic belt I got is gonna be really good. Unfortunately, no Vol orbs. I don't know if I can get. Oh, I don't know if Vol orbs have like a minimum level area kind of deal. Really? Oh, there we go. I was like, that has to reach. I've reached further, like stuff that's like about the same distance. Because the point is like tier 16 red maps are kind of rough to get into. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't have a minimum quality either, so you can just run like really basic bitch like tier 16 maps for the objective. There's at least that, I guess. But oh, I still stick with what I said. Those iron gloves could be pretty good. Self reflection. Oh, so the link. Oh, so the linking blade ones is part of the ranged one. But attack speed, cast speed, next man. Ah, that's not the worst. It'd be useful, like probably till like level 20 or something when I get like these like other gloves for resistances. It's level 8. They'd be too displeased about that. The big thing is I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner, to be honest. Oh, I think there's still some chicken from yesterday. Like I probably just have ramen then. Feels like a ramen day. See, that other layout is so rare. The one where you have to just keep going to the right instead of just that one, like that's in that like upper corner. So when I get it, it fucks me up so bad. They killed the dude. They killed him because he jumped. When he jumped, there's at least like 2 or 3 shots from the ballistas that just went right past them, and they all just stuck into the other dude. Just instantly killed him. Oh, this is one of those. I was like, why did I get so slow all of a sudden? Because it's the one with the fire and the poison. So yeah, well, I mean, I have to see what survives. I don't know if somebody ate the chicken. Granted, there's also like pulled pork, but I'm kind of saving that because, well, I don't know. I have to see. I need to like save rations because I'm stuck in the house by myself. No motor vehicular access, and there is no stores near me, like at all. That's like the only real major downside to like where we live, is there's nowhere within like walking distance for me to go get like food. I mean, all right. So technically, there it is quote unquote walking distance. Like I can walk to it and make it back, but it take me like 2 hours to 3 hours. But it's pretty far. I mean, it's not farther than I have walked before. When I was in university, I'd walk like 6 miles in a day at least, like easy. The Reeve one. Stage. Oh, this one is like so weird because it's like, so they reworked all the steel skills to not have their like steel shard components for the normal versions, but then they like reworked that into some of them for their transfigured skills, and I'm kind of like confused on the reasoning. Like splitting steel, and even then, it doesn't seem like there's a like major downside to not having your steel shards, because like for instance that one, at least if I'm understanding the wording, it's like when you throw it, if you have steel shards, it gets thrown and then it splits when it hits the target. But then if you like throw it without steel shards, it acts as if you've already like split it. Which I mean would still be like less damage because then you miss out on the hit and the explosion damage. But it doesn't seem like as big of like a loss if you're not paying attention, or if you're like newer to steel skills. Because the way splitting steel and like lancing steel and all that works is that like you kind of get into a rhythm of like how many times you can push the button before you have to push your other button in order to regain steel shards. I forget this one. The steel skills are always ones that I wanted to like mess around with like a lot, because like I think they're like really cool where you have like these broken swords just dangling behind you and you're throwing out like broken sword shards. Like, I think the concept of the ability is like really sick. It's just that unfortunately it doesn't seem to translate very well number wise. Because like I was following, there was a guy who I found, I think it was like 2 seasons ago, for like, yeah, two seasons ago, when they did the Veggie Cascade change, like the first one on the tree, where they made him do the returning projectile thing. Uh, like I was following him, and I wanted, and like I ran his build, like especially because I hit the I got a Terminus S off my Bone Shatter Jug like really early, and it rolled really well. So I was like, okay, cool, then I can just do this. And like the build felt really, really good until you hit like yellow maps where it slowed down really hard because and like, which is exactly where he said it was going to slow down, because he's like, yeah, without like having super god tier items rolled, or without having Vengeance Cascade, you're gonna feel like a really big hit in damage once you get to yellow maps, which was the case. And I was able to like circumnavigate some of the damage loss with getting like some decent like rares that rolled pretty good, but like it just didn't feel that great. And then I kept trying to do blight to try to get the oils I needed, but I just wasn't getting them. And then the point is, like, I don't like doing blight, period. It's one of the things I don't like about this league for the set of challenges, which is why I don't know if I'll even be able to get the tier 2 set that I want to get, because like I'd very least want to get the boots, which I think I should be maybe doable enough. Never mind, because they are fucking hookers. See, this is what annoys me, right? So like, when you complete 4 challenges, you get the boots for tier 1. The tier 2 boots have a special effect where they leave flower petals down. Well, what did they do? They made that the very last set of tier 2 stuff you can get, is the boots. And that's so annoying to me. So I have no idea if I can get those boots. Like, I feel like that's so scummy. You do something like that. Like for me, it's like if the boots are the first thing you get from the outfit, it should always be the first thing you get from the outfit, and just be damned if it has special effects or not. Like I feel like that's just respectful to your players. Like not like, oh well, that one has the special effects, so that means we gotta put it last, even though it's boots, and the boots are usually the first thing you fucking get. Oh no, whoopsies! Like you fucking bitch. To be fair, like I think one of my main gripes is like, cause like I like having something to grind for. I am not like, I've said it before, I'm not very big for just chasing the big numbers for like ARPGs and shit like that. Like blindly grinding a game just to blindly grind a game is something that I can't really do anymore. Like I used to do it a lot for MMOs and older ARPGs, but then again that was also because there's nothing else to do. That's just how the games were. But now it's like I like having goals. I am a bit of a goal driven person. So for me, to be honest, the biggest reason I play like PoE is specifically because like the challenges right now. Like ever since they added the challenges, it was huge for someone like me who likes having like goals to work towards that are a bit more concrete than beat Searing Exarch, beat Eater of Worlds, go do Elder, go do Shaper, go do Ubers, like stuff like that. Like I like having like the cosmetics. It's like, all right, here's some challenges I need to do, like this kind of stuff. Like I'm a very big fan of that kind of stuff. But it annoys me how they handle it. Like I really wish that it was just like it was more like a BP system, right? Like for instance, like Apexes were, which I mean would be hard for them to implement. But like so like Apex, right? You have like your weeklies and you have your dailies, and then you just get credit just for playing the game, right? For your BP. Like I wish it was like that. Like as I did maps, like regardless of what was going on, I get like a little bit. So even if so that way, like, you know, if there's like say you want to get the full tier 3 or the, you know, all the challenges, like well all the like the levels of the cosmetics, but you don't really enjoy like say blight, and you're like I really just don't want to do blight. And then there's like another one that's like really hard to achieve, and you're like I'm probably not going to get that one, because I think there's enough challenges to like leave one without doing it, which I think is like the pinnacle one, where it's like hitting 100 or some shit like that. Like I think you don't have to do that one, but it's just like I don't know. I feel it's a little annoying. Oh, I think these are all new. No, this one isn't. Edge. But like I really wish that just it was like it wasn't X number of challenges done. I wish it was like here's a bar, and as you fill up the bar and you hit certain breakpoints, you get you get completion, right? And then as you complete challenges, they give you X number of points towards, you can make them equal points. Like, each challenge is worth like say like this, instead of 4 challenges, it was like you need 8 points, right? And then each challenge gives you like 2 points. So that way you always like get to okay, so you have two challenges that you can skip. That way you get like every, so it's still the same, right? 4 challenges gives you 8 points. 8 points gives you the first like cosmetic thing. But then like they could do it where like running maps like gives you 1 point, and like it doesn't have to be 4. Like that's just like a loose number, right? It could be something bigger, because obviously if it's 40, if you only like increase it from like say 1 challenge to like it's like 4 points, it's like that means at the end it's like what, 160, and if you get like a point per map, it's like like you're gonna get that done pretty quick, to be honest. Like that's gonna be done pretty quickly. And I don't think there's anything wrong with having the different tiers, right? And being like, all right, so the players that really play this game will have like the tier 3 and the tier 4 or whatever, because I think there's a tier 4 chess piece. And it's just like, that's not going to be something all the players have, which is good. That's good. I honestly like when games do that. I really don't like when games just hand out everything to everybody. Now, like, there's also a little bit of caveat to it. Like, for instance, World of Warcraft, it was a little annoying in some respects, where it kind of depends like what side of the fence, like the way you looked at it. But like for instance, in PvP, you had the gladiator mounts, where in some cases it was literally the only way to get that model. Like for a while, like they eventually like reused some of the models for other stuff, which then made some of the gladiators kind of annoyed. And it's like, bro, there's no way you can reasonably expect the company to keep that like exclusive to you when like you're a minuscule percentage of a minuscule percentage, and it just doesn't make any sense. And it was the Storm Dragon one. There was a for Battle for Azeroth, I think it was the first gladiator mount for the first like season, was a armored Stormdrake, which looked really cool, which I mean is usually the case for like gladiator mounts. And it was the only way to get that mount model. Like there was, at the time there was literally no other way to get it, and then they added another way to get it later, and it wasn't even the same model. Like it was like an unarmored version. And like I remember the gladiator players were like very annoyed, because they're like, that's not fair, because like we had to be gladiator to get our Stormdrake. And it's like, bro, there's no way in hell you're trying to say it's not fair when yours is like a unique version that is only obtainable through that, right? Like there's a lot of mounts that you can only get from either having hit gladiator, or you have to get the vicious saddle, which requires you, I think, to have hit like pretty high rating. And it's just like I'm just like, there's no shot, dude. There's just no shot. Like I think it's really cool that you reward like players like that, but I also think that that it's just like you can't realistically expect it to be completely unique. And like I don't really mind that the tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3s and tier 4s are there. The challenges are kind of hard. It's just, I mean, I guess it just kind of depends. Like I feel like a person of my, like how much I play this game, I should always be able to get the full tier 1 set, and that's not always the case. Part of it is just due to how monotonous and like uninteresting some of the challenge grinds are, and there's like no real replacement for them. And it's just like, I feel it should just reward you for playing the game, and I feel the challenges should just be extras. Because like I don't like BPs where the only way you get progress on the BP is by completing like objectives, like the weekly objectives and the dailies. Like I think that's like such a pain in the ass, because sometimes I don't want to give a shit about my weekly, right? Sometimes I don't want to give a shit about my daily. Sometimes I just want to hop on, play the game, but I still want to like work towards getting progress on the BP. And it's just like, so you should, like, even if it's not a lot, you should always give a little bit of something just for players playing your game, because like they're still investing time in your game, and if anything, that's also just incentive to play more. Because like technically, if you do your weekly challenges in Apex, you get your BP done faster. Like that is like, there's a lot of points there. But realistically, you could also get it done pretty quick just by playing the damn game. You just play all the fucking time, which a lot of people I know do. Like, there's a lot of people I know that generally have the BP done before the season's even halfway over because of just how much they play Apex. And I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It'd also be nice if they added like little prestige like BP levels for like extra shit. Like and I don't mean it doesn't have to be like super crazy stuff. It could be just like a sticker or like a hollow spray or like a border. Something just for the players that like really do like play your game a lot, like they can grind for. Would be nice for APEP, APEP, because I think it's a nice touch. That like that you know in TFT I have like 3 stickers that you can grind for after you finish the BP for people that play a lot. Like I think that's really nice. Most of the times I don't really care for the stickers, but I still like that they're there, right? Because you're not always gonna win. You know, you're not always gonna be like super great. You're not gonna be super excited for what the extra reward is, but fuck it, it's free and it's there. Like Overwatch gives a bunch of like titles, and I think it gives like some banners and shit like that. Do I really give a shit about them? No, not really. But it's a nice little gesture, right? It's not like it's definitely not something to that I would take away from it. Like, and Overwatch has probably like one of the more I guess like contentious BP systems. I still don't like that the characters are fucking locked behind it. I don't really give a shit what anybody says. Like, oh, but if you just play the game, bro, it takes way too fucking long to grind that stupid BP. Like, just way too fucking long to get it to the level to get the character. And a game that's like all about checks and balances, and there is like no way they've been able to like there's no way they're gonna be able to make Overwatch be in a way where it's not checks and balances because the entirety of this game was built upon it being checks and balances. Like this character was designed is like may not necessarily be designed to specifically counter this character, but it is generally designed to handle this situation better. XYZ, right? The only way you solve that problem is if you have a core set of characters that are free, and then you have like any of the BP ones that come after are very similar to the core set of characters, but just slightly different. Like that's the only way that works, which then leads to very boring character designs. So realistically, they should just fucking make the characters free like they were, and not require people to grind to get them. Just saying, problem solved. Like if anything, if they really wanted to do it, what they could just do is they could just make it where everybody gets the character like unlocked, like playable. But in order to, you know, equip customizations and skins and shit like that, you can either buy the BP to get that stuff early, or you can grind the BP or grind the hero challenges after to then do it. But you know, he's Overwatch. They were like, we need the monies. We a smart indie company. So yeah, but I digress. I got a little sidetracked there. I don't know. That's kind of my main gripe with it. And you could be like, well, the Diablo challenges. To be honest, I don't feel like the Diablo challenges are that bad. Like, realistically, I have very casually played D4 in this current season compared to like how much time I'll put into Path of Exile in one go. Where I have like most of what I care for already. My BP is almost done. Like, I think I have everything of the BP that I gave a shit about. Like, my seasonal challenges are like I think I'm like at the 3rd tier or whatever. Like it's not gonna get much like I can still kill them. It killed them because of his stupid lock animation. If he would just instantly transition, like the guy would have survived. But but it's just like you know, that's a lot annoying. And I mean, you could argue because it's like, oh well, you know, Diablo is designed for casuals. I'm like, it's got plenty of shit that I'm never gonna hit. Like, I think it's actually really underwhelming that people that fully finish all the Diablo for like seasonal challenges just get like a title. They don't have like some sort of like, I don't know, backpack thing or like mount armor or just mount thing that they could have on their stuff to show like, yeah, you fully completed, like, you know, you killed all the Ubers, you did the XYZ, all that kind of jazz. Like, I think that's a pretty big like issue. Like, I think they should give those players not just like not just a title, but they should also have like something cosmetic that they can show off. Yep. I was like, my latency is like losing its shit again. But at least it's been behaving for the most part today, so I can't really like be too annoyed about it. But it's just like, I don't know, player retention. Yes, my dear Ewok. Chunk. We'll give Chunk into Chunk. That's you. That one specifically? Oh shit. That was actually gonna be kind of nice to use. Whenever I get that damn skill that I can fucking reroll my character. This game hates me, I swear to God. I think I've seen almost every single green skill gem, but the one that I want. Slowly losing. Not Ewok, but yes. I could probably find something. Well, I could be convinced if you gave me one of your emotes to put it up. That feels like it wants to pop, but it's not popping. I feel like I'm teabagging as I go. I'm putting my fucking ballistas down. Establishing dominance. I wonder if they'll ever give like a weapon skin. They'll add it. I'm gonna be at it like basically all day today until I get that stupid transfigure gem. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. I already have plans to do it while I'm eating dinner, which means I'm probably just gonna make an easy to eat dinner. I was thinking about doing ramen, but I think I'm just gonna fucking just grab some like pre-cooked fried rice and then just keep schmoving. from untrade because to be honest, I'm too lazy to fucking wait for someone to respond to me. And half the times when I'm like, yeah, I'll buy the thing even this early for like 1C, it like sometimes they don't respond. And then the other caveat was, at least when I first started, there was a lot of other transfigured gems I wanted to get along the way. That was kind of like a kill two birds with one stone kind of thing, right? Like have a chance of getting the lacerate that I want, plus getting like other transfigure gems that I was interested in to try to do builds with later. Also, it's mostly just like explosive arrows been kind of getting on my nerves, but like it's been like mildly therapeutic. Like if I was actually like really annoyed, I would have already given up on the lacerate, right? And I would have just started my corrupting cry champ instead. I'm not actually super miffed. Just a little sad. Espresso, espresso. Not to mention, it's been a decent turnout for currency and leveling uniques, which, to be honest, like makes it kind of worth it. Like, just like it's not super much as it could be, right? Like, I could have gotten the same amount from like one map run, but like I've gotten like 20 jeweler orbs at minimum, plus like a bunch of other currency, like orbs of scouring. I think I got an orb of regret, like stuff that's usable. So it's not like a complete waste. I've been getting a decent amount of chaos orbs here and there sprinkled in. Orbs of fusings that I needed. That's kind of been the big one. I've gotten a surprising amount of orbs of fusing, to be honest. Not to mention, I kind of don't want to like since I already spent like 2 hours doing it. I didn't want to like really start another character already like on stream because I'd have to stop like almost immediately. Like an hour of like doing story is nothing. Like especially when you just made the character, right? Like an hour in is when you're finally hitting that like power strike, like you know that power spike that you can like start steamrolling through most of the story and just like really get going your build together, or like the shaping of your build, right? That, and it's still like letting me sit here and like kind of like big brain figure out some shit that I want to do. Say like currency, motherfucker. Hey, I'm not super mad. Also, me cusses out the fucking divine font every time I hit the button. Oh shit, gem cutter prism. That's actually. I think I've gotten like 3 of those from this, which is a surprising amount. I feel. Oh no, I've gotten one. No, I had another one. Where the fuck did that one go? I could have sworn I've gotten like 3 of these. But yeah, all of these have basically been from these runs. Like it's nothing super lucrative, but I think I've got like 2 chaos orbs from it. But it's lucrative enough to make me keep my sanity. All right, so my copium maneuver ended up not being a thing. So I'm just going to grab like because there's actually still a couple of like green gems that I kind of wanted to grab, but I just didn't grab because I was like opium praying that that sitting there with with a lacerate and trying to transfigure it would somehow magically make the one that I want pop up. Not to mention, there's also something therapeutic about just watching Azaro get the shit kicked out of him. The amount of trouble this fucker gave me when I first started, like, well, when they first added him, holy shit! I still remember when Lab was the end game. That shit was so annoying. And then like with some of the builds that I've been like, ah, this might work, and then Azaro just kicks the shit out of it because I fucked up on the defenses and shit like that. Like, bruh, this is all of those hours of just therapy, it's payback. To be honest, it wasn't because I'm like 90% sure this would be harder to do. Well, it actually wouldn't be because I would literally just run Spectral Helix. I could probably still blitz my way through this. It's just I'd have to be more mindful for when Izaro like casts his abilities. I think the other thing I hate about the fucking build is that you have such a, you don't get to use any of the cool looking bows. They're all a little like literally just a stick with a rope on it. Like, ah yes, my mighty stick with a rope that I use because attack speed is king. Oh. I hate how like the poison darts slow you. Oh my goodness, this is the bub and them, huh? How'd the rest of your arting go? Long. It looks pretty cute. I didn't get to finish seeing you do the yeehaw. The first one looked pretty. The one with the, what was it? The one that you forgot to put the glasses on. That one. Pretty good. Babu artiste. The yeehaw was the best one, and I missed it. I'm actually in tears. I mean, of course the yeehaw is the best one. It's the yeehaw one. I can never be anything but excellent. Why can't you just be standing here for me to murder you? What about the fucking wait? Oh, I cry. Oh my god, did I cry? Wow. Well, the wild strikes went back again. That is I actually give a shit about. Here's cooldown recovery. I brought extras in case I got something I cared about, but I actually just could not care. Alright, I think we got like probably like 2 or 3 runs in, and then I'm gonna go make dinner. And then I'm gonna keep running and losing my sanity, and then hopefully by tonight, if I play more PoE, I'll have the thingy. What's for dinner? That's a fantastic question. It depends if anything was cooked while I was streaming. If nothing was made while I was streaming, it's probably just gonna be the rest of the rotisserie chicken from yesterday with like 2 bags of microwavable like uh Japanese fried rice from Costco. Either that or salad. I have to see if like. Well, I'd have to also see how much like. No, I think like salad would be fine. Just throw bacon on it. Those are like the 2 current options if nothing was like made. Oh, there's also ground beef, so I should have enough protein for it. Yeah, that about figures out dinner, and both of those are pretty easy to like set up and eat while I run this and slowly lose my mind. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. I wish you could just. I wish you could just one shot Izaro in the first fight, and then if it gives you a certain amount of time, right, that you can just fight him. Like I don't know, like 30 seconds. That if you can just kill him, it lets you kill him, and then if you do that, it just immediately puts you to the end. But that's just my. I'm sad that I'm not getting what I want. Talking. And then again, that's basically. Oh, it is. Let's go. I wasn't too sure because there was that little pocket over there. Mm-hmm. That was it. That's a dead man. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I wish I could just break through that wall right there. Just be like, oh yeah, I'll break through it. Like, all in a day's work. Don't mind me. I can kill gods, but I gotta go around the wall like a normal person. I just have arrows that are potent enough to kill some of the biggest fucking monsters on the planet, but can't use them to break a wall. They're just sitting there, but yeah, but the wall is the structural integrity. Points at Azar, who's probably made of armor that's supposed to deflect every blow in existence. Who's casually just getting deleted with explosive arrows and taking damage, and you're just like, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. What is not every game can be like the Battlefield games that just let me demolish a building. Mm. Now that I brought like extras, or because there's like to be like, oh, there's a few more I'll like pick up along the way. Like none of the other ones I was interested in are even getting offered anymore. This game hates me. Actually, I think it just hates my character. This will be the last run though for the day stream. I'm gonna go put dinner together and then run some more while I wipe my tears, and then hopefully it doesn't make my dinner soggy. I don't think it actually deals any damage to me. That's the first time like I dodged. I've been dodging all of his attacks based on like reflex, I guess. But realistically speaking, I don't think it deals enough damage to even like put a dent in my HP. It's just that if I get too used to face tanking it on this character, when I go play another character who's not like over leveled, and I'm like, I can face tank this, he's just gonna get flat, just fucking flattened. Solo delve to depth 900. Holy shit, that's insane. I don't even know how you make it past like depth like 100, whatever. Like I'm really bad at finding the fucking walls to break to be able to like continue downward. Which is also kind of funny because like delve was like one of the things like one of the content in the game that I kind of want to do more of. Because I really like the concept of it. Not to mention, I have a bear that replaces the mine card. Like, why the fuck would I not do delve more? But I need to look into it more. And then to do like solo delve, you need like very specific builds. Which usually take a decent amount of investment. And at least like every single one that I've seen has been kind of revolved around like Trade League, which I also just don't. Like, it's kind of hard to find like SSF versions of them. Like, I know, like, there's a YouTube channel I have that I follow that I know is good for like he's basically considered like the best delve player in the game, and he's got a couple decent builds, which I may attempt. He's got a shield crush build that I wanted to try. that I actually want to like extra try now with the Shield Crush Chieftain transfigured gem. Because I'm kind of curious if you could like make it work with like Chieftain, but then I don't think it'd be very good in Delve if I do it through Chieftain. I find it funny how they're just like, we're gonna take the added fire damage away from Righteous Fire, but then we're gonna transfigure a another gem and just give it added fire damage. And it's like, because that was the interesting part. It didn't convert to fire damage from what I remember. Like it literally just added fire damage to your offhand, which is what you're using to attack. And I'm just sitting here like, you literally took the thing from Righteous Fire and then just put it on another thing. What the fuck? Oh, that one is superior. Good go. What's this? Fires an arrow into the air to land at the target location, dealing arrow damage. The arrow sticks into the ground where it lands, periodically fires using the lightning. Another arrow. Sounds like too much effort. I was tentatively curious because of the naming, but sounds like way too much effort. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me for the day stream. I'm gonna go figure out dinner and then probably continue doing this while I wipe my tears with my pixels of not having shit. But hopefully I'll have it tonight. I don't know if I'll do PoE tonight. I might not. I might play something else just to give my brain a break. It kind of just depends on how I'm feeling and if anything pops up. But let's go see who we're gonna say hello to. Up, I need to like unthrottle some of my stuff. I have to like hella throttle my browser whenever I play like PoE. Because I've noticed that when I don't, it just like shits the bed. Especially for like the internet stuff. We can go ahead of Yunako. It's been a while since I played the Rocket League. Rocket League is a game I kind of want to get back into because like I have a controller now to play it, but I also like kind of just don't want to get back into it because I don't really care too much for it. It's kind of one of those games I like watching people play, but I don't know if I'd ever get back into it. I played it a decent amount because I used to have friends that played it a lot, but I don't know. Maybe it'll be one of those. Actually, no. It'd be so far down on the list because like I have so many other games I'd rather play if I want to take a break. But that's gonna be it for the day stream. If it is our day for you, I hope you have a good day. If it's a day for you as well, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I'll see y'all again in the next one. Bye bye.